once again, we want to wish you all welcome. Good afternoon. Welcome to our live stream. My name is Rhys Amos and I'm the Artistic Associate at Birmingham Opera Company. Now, if you notice, we were running slightly late, and that's due to us showing some respect and honouring the 72 years of the NHS. So we thank you for all of your hard work and for your service. Before we get into tonight's festivities, we're going to have a quick word from our partners in France at the Après Demain Festival, who are also relaying this stream, were relaying this stream yesterday. Here's a message from Ruth McKenzie, the co-artistic director at Châtelet.
Hello, I'm Ruth McKenzie, and now I'm the artistic director of this beautiful opera house in Paris, the Théâtre du Châtelet. But in August 2012, I was the artistic director of the cultural programme for the Olympic and Paralympic Games, the London 2012 Festival. And I was in Birmingham with Graham Vick and Richard Willisey and all of the cast of Mittwoch aus Licht for the world premiere of this extraordinary opera by Karlheinz Stockhausen. As you will know, Stockhausen wrote 7 operas, one for each day of the week: Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And Wednesday, Mittwoch aus Licht, had never ever been performed in its entirety. Everyone said it was impossible to stage. But so we came to Graham Vick, the man who is famous for staging the impossible, and he has made this extraordinary production, which we had in our festival. Our festival was about once-in-a-lifetime events. Once in a lifetime you could have something extraordinary to see. And we had, in Birmingham, all of us, the chance to see, with 2 choirs, with musicians hanging from the roof, with an enormous cast of amateurs and professionals, with 2 camels, real camels, and 1 puppet camel, and finally with 4 real helicopters, we had the chance to see the world premiere of Mittwoch aus Licht. But tonight, you've got another chance to see it, and to see it in the comfort of your own home.
Beautiful words there from Ruth McKenzie. Just to correct myself, she's the co-artistic director at Châtelet. And she did mention the man who is famous for staging the impossible. We are delighted to have him here with us today, Mr. Graham Vick. How are you doing today, Graham?
I'm doing well, Rhys. Thank you. Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see yourself as well. We had the privilege last night of spending some time together and watching it, the initial stream, and I must say that I was blown away, completely blown away. But one of the things I wanted to just put out there is if you could just take people on a journey, especially for those who probably have never heard of Stockhausen or would never have known any of his works, just take them on a journey of what they could be expecting tonight.
You could be expecting, that's a big one, a bit of a party, but you'll be led into the darkness, into a musical sound world that won't be so unfamiliar. Images, ideas, thoughts that'll take you on to some very exciting and inventive compositions. Some kind of beautiful music. The first act is just ravishingly beautiful choir, unaccompanied, no orchestra, just the voices, human voices, the part called Word Parliament, and later on, virtuoso, amazing solo instruments, another choir, camel there, you see the camel. The camel will be dancing and singing later on as well. That's why we needed the 8 weeks of rehearsal. You'll be sitting on fishing stools, sitting on the floor, lying on your back on a mattress, while musicians fly over your head, playing their instruments. A trip, I think, is what is lying ahead of you. A trip.
I couldn't agree more. And after watching it yesterday, all of those things are all in play. Please look forward to this. So this is Wednesday Greeting, the first segment. The audience, again, as Graham has said, the audience is plunged into darkness in order to tune into the sounds of Mittwoch. We invite you now the audience at home who are watching to get out of the comfort of your seats and experience it the way they would have experienced it that very night in 2012. So close your curtains, switch off your lights, and get yourselves fully immersed into this world. And this is the world of Wednesday greeting, Mittwoch aus Licht, which is Wednesday from Light by Karlheinz Stockhausen.
Mittwochs Gruß. Wednesday greeting.
And as we were plunged there into the world of Mittwoch, that was Wednesday greetings. As you can see now, people are moving into another room. And as everybody moves into this new space, you'll see that people have also been invited to sit down on the floor. Once again, we're going to ask you the same thing. Get yourselves involved. For those of you who are sitting in the comfort of your seats, your settees, your sofas at home, please feel free to join the immersive experience and plonk yourselves on the floor to watch this next segment, which is World Parliament. So again, this section here is where the World Parliament, the idea of the first ever World Parliament comes into play, and the debate is love. So as you sit back and enjoy this, we'll be watching on this side as well. A couple of tweets actually have come in. We've got one from Annie Banham, which says, #Mittwoch. Here's my photos from one of the live performances. Such a brilliant experience and a joy to see it online. And she's got a link there, so I'm sure the photos are attached. Thank you very much, Annie. That's wonderful. As you can see, people are preparing themselves for this very next act. And I think I'm going to do the same. I'm going to prepare myself. So I shall see you after World Parliament.
la luce. World Parliament, love is our topic here. Positive thinking, that's right. Positive, 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 positive. Love resounds only in heaven's music. Licht. Objection!
Would the owner of vehicle registration number M for Mittwoch 2012 please move it immediately? It is illegally parked and about to be towed away.
Coloratura it will be. Coloratura it will be. Coloratura it will be. A substitute president.
World Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, love will enchant this world. Parliament enchant.
now, the next scene would follow.
That was the World Parliament there debating love. I want to take this opportunity to get Graham back. Graham, a question I have for you, because that was an absolutely fantastic cacophony of sound. What was it like being surrounded in that sort of sound for the duration of the rehearsal period?
Fabulous. It's the first phrase. I mean, it became more and more coherent as we worked on it. It initially appears to be quite abstract, but the more you work on it and the more you apply, I suppose, human emotions and feelings to the piece, it responds very quickly and leaps out of being what at first appeared to be maybe more of a concert piece into a real piece of theatre, a real operatic action.
Yeah, that comes across so clearly as well. I mean, even I sitting here listening became privy to new harmonies that I didn't think could have ever possibly existed. But I think there's something about removing yourself and actually just immersing yourself in whatever's going on there and allowing it to almost happen to you, with you, and belonging to the piece. Is that something that you purposely did? Or is that something that's
it's also
Stockhausen?
Well, I don't think this piece is typically Stockhausen, but it is incredibly beautiful, I think. It's very seductive music. Listen, it's about love. They're talking about love. And so, of course, there's irony, there's sensuality, there's humour, but there's passion, there's warmth, there's depth of feeling as well. And the idea that the whole world is talking about love. Fabulous idea.
Something that we could do with a lot more of in this day and age, certainly. So can you please give us an insight into what's coming up next, what we're looking forward to now?
The next piece, Orchestra finalists, is, well, at the beginning, the audience is, you're surrounded by the octaphonic sound. Electronic music surrounding you from all directions. Within that, there are virtuoso orchestral soloists who each compete for a place in the orchestra as they fly through the air. That's the key thing. All of the action happens in the sky. The instrumentalists fly through the air, and each one lives in their own electronic kind of concrete sound world. And we fly over those sound worlds. So there's a cathedral spire, there are aeroplanes flying by the sea, there's a swarm of bees. We fly over an elephant splashing in a pool, Marrakesh souk, and what else? So the children's playgrounds, very clear moment as well. So we fly over all of those, and at the end, the instrumentalists become an orchestra and they unite in concord.
Fantastic. This is Orchestra finalists.
Eins, zwei, drei, vier, eineinhalb.
And what you've just witnessed there is orchestra finalists, and in the spirit of things, true Birmingham Opera Company style, I've got my umbrella here. So apologies for those of you who are superstitious and don't like them up indoors, but I was fully immersed in that act there. We're going to take a short intermission, and in this intermission, you're about to see an interview that took place between Ruth McKenzie and Graham Vick.
I can't believe I'm not there, but of course there is no there for a digital replaying of Mittwoch aus Licht. But you realise that tonight is the French premiere of the piece.
Well, I would think that would be right, yes.
It's never ever been done in France. I mean, they've done the helicopter string quartet. Josephine did it in the Festival d'Automne, and I'm sure I know they've done the World Parliament, but they've never done the whole thing. So thank you so much.
That the World Parliament in relation to the Michelon Universal Parliament, that the overall structures have, there is a strong framework there, however random it appears initially.
Completely is.
It does belong together.
No, completely is. Now, are we starting now? Should we start?
That was me starting.
Oh, yes, that was you starting. Excellent. Excellent.
We should keep it casual, no?
Yeah, we should completely. But I wanted to say that it gets better and better remembering the show. That for me, because on Facebook and, social media, you get memories that pop up every single August. The pictures that I took in the rehearsals of Mittwoch aus Licht pop up in my memories. I mean, they pop on the screen, but they're also then in my head. And every year I go back to the joy of your rehearsals and the performances, which for me was one of the absolute highlights of the London 2012 Festival. One of the best things that we did in that whole mad Olympic program.
It was a big sensory experience, wasn't it? So it infused somehow. It got right inside you.
It did. And it was, I mean, as your productions always are, I mean, it was insanely ambitious, but it was extraordinarily detailed. The quality of performance was unbelievable. Actually, the World Parliament, for example, every single one of those politicians with their crazy costumes sitting on their umpire seats had their own character and their own dramaturgy. And of course, that World Parliament, which was revolutionary always, now, as we look around at the leaders of the world, it feels like, a pale imitation of the craziness that we're living in.
Well, the World Parliament feels a little bit further away than it felt, I think, in 2012, if I'm to be honest. The idea that the current leaders of the world might sit around and discuss love is even more inconceivable than it was 8 years ago.
It is, yeah. But the characteristics that you gave them, for example, the almost complete lack of an ability to listen feels...
Well, that was every conference I've ever been to, Ruth. You do more conferences than I do, no?
Yes.
But what is the conference? It's everybody sitting there waiting for their opportunity to say what they already think.
Exactly right. Exactly.
But the maddening thing at a conference is there is no exchange.
Yeah, that's right.
Nobody listens.
That's right. And nor is there in the World Parliament, in Stockhausen's imagination, nor in Graham Vick's imagination, nor in the reality that we see around us at the moment. No. That's for sure.
Because, of course, the piece is a comedy.
Yes.
It's ironic, it's funny.
Yes.
And that fundamental, I think, also one of the reasons it stays in my memory incredibly, because I lived every second of the 8 weeks rehearsal, and so it was one of the most joyous things in my life. But the laughter is what gets through everything. All cynicism, all suspicion, all freedom, lack of freedom, all reservations. Because the one thing is free is laughter.
That's right.
You can't force people to laugh. You can't make them laugh. You can even make them love, but you can't make them laugh.
So true.
And I think that humour, from beginning to end, is what it's what gets through all our defences, basically.
But it's a very one of the many, I think, triumphs of that production was that you put the humor on the front foot, because let's be honest, for many fans of Stockhausen, and for even more people who don't know much about Stockhausen, humor is not necessarily the first word that leaps to mind when you mention
No, I think
Stockhausen.
that, yeah, well, we'll always be grateful to Kathinka for that, actually. For what, in the middle of rehearsing the orchestra finalists, and I was struggling with all the physical movements that they have to do. I mean, the detail is we tried to do everything written in the score. And in itself, that's a ridiculous ambition, but I was determined, if we're doing the world premiere, we will do everything the man has asked for. So I'm saying, so here, this move, what the cellist has to toss the head. I said, well, I don't really, I don't respond to it. And I don't quite know, I don't know what to do with it. And in a very, very straight way, Kathinka looked at me and said, well, the first cellist had long hair. And I said, so it's a joke? And she said, well, of course it's a joke. Well, as you just said, of course it's a joke. Not really, everybody. From the minute I realized that this was to toss Jacqueline Dupre long hair out of the head while the cellist, I realized that all the audition pieces are ironic and funny in a very affectionate way. They all represent musicians' quirks and qualities, nervousness, tics when they audition. And out of that, I suddenly realized the whole piece was suffused with that humor.
Yes.
I mean, he was taking, on a profound level, he was taking a piss.
Yes, but and of course, it's one of the clearest moments is when the car park attendant comes into the middle of the World Parliament and reads out the number plate of a car and asks who it is, because that is, I mean, actually a really good joke. It's a really good joke.
It's a very good, and within the circumstances we were in,
yeah.
Nothing could be more credible than that someone had left their car in the wrong place.
Because of course, you should just explain. I mean, you, as you always did, had found a found space. It wasn't an artistic space. It was a found former industrial space, and you transformed it into meeting the very exacting conditions that Stockhausen had demanded for this piece. And so actually there was no car parking spaces, in fact, but everyone who came had to find a way to come, because it wasn't on a bus route. It wasn't particularly easy for people to get to, but on the other hand, it was a completely accessible space because it was not a, quotes, elitist art space. It was a former industrial space in a part of town that was not known for its arts venues.
It's surrounded by public housing, in fact, as well now, that space. Many of whom came to the dress rehearsal. I mean, those were, for me, some of my best memories, actually, are things like all of the technicians who pulled on the ropes of the musicians' swings when they were going up and down. So remember, each musician had their own man on a rope, and they had their contract of when they're eye to eye and going up and down. But when their work was finished, all of those technicians, every time, every performance, came in and sat down to watch the Michelon and listen to the last part. I mean, we had that was the whole point too about all those participants who were helping create the world, was they all immersed themselves in the sound world. It was a whole new audience fascinated by the music. It wasn't just for experts.
No, exactly right. And of course, you, I mean, like me, I mean, I think that the first show I ever saw of yours was in Bradford, which was not yesterday, where you did West Side Story with a mixed company of professionals and amateurs. And for me, like you, I've spent most of my life working with professionals and amateurs, but one of the, I think, most successful mixes of professionals and amateurs for me was in Mittwoch als Licht, which is a very implausible starting point for amateurs because the music is technically incredibly difficult. But as you say, it's a piece about the world, and you made it supremely about the world of Birmingham in 2012. So it was a world of people who lived in Birmingham, who came from around the world, of course, who were hugely culturally diverse. But at every level, you added Birminghamness. For example, with the interviewer for the helicopter string quartet, that was a DJ, which was a very brilliant choice. And you know, I don't know if you remember this, but one of the best tweets that I experienced in my entire time doing the London 2012 Olympics was in Birmingham. And it was a tweet from the police force who said, and I'm going to paraphrase, but it was something like, for those of you in the center of town who are worried about the helicopters circling, don't worry, it's just a rehearsal for an opera.
That's the stuff of life.
It is the stuff of life. And of course, it says everything about what a police force should do, which is to be a community service and be connected to what's happening in the community. It's a beautiful tweet. Huh?
But it was the moment finally when the whole city knew that Birmingham had an opera company.
Yes.
It takes 4 helicopters, Ruth.
Yes. And in fact, if I'm honest, I mean, the helicopter string quartet is one of the most famous parts of Mittwoch als Licht. It's also, for me, one of the least interesting parts musically. Of course, everyone is fascinated as to how a string quartet, one in each helicopter, ends up playing.
The setup is fascinating, and then it struggles to develop.
Yeah, exactly.
I think.
Exactly right.
It's an extended gag, but even in that, I wonder whether somewhere he's roaring his head off that we put so much effort and so much agony and so much money into getting these helicopters off with us, and whether he thinks it's just hysterically funny.
But I'm sure he does, because also it seems to me now, as I look back, that Stockhausen's insistence that after the helicopter string quartet, that not only the players must come back to talk to the audience about their experience, but also the helicopter pilots must come back. And I've now seen that several times, because we followed on in Amsterdam with My Holland Festival. And I think it's fair to say that an interview with a helicopter pilot is very difficult to find, you know, the new insights and the hidden depths, let's say.
But Asdid really had wonderful stuff to say, in fact. And of course, part of the entire premise of the piece is listening to the music that's in everything.
Well, that's very true.
And that is also within the whole Birmingham experiment and exercise, that our people, it's just a different, they're already trying to listen to the music, and Mozart trying to find the music in Verdi. It's no different to them trying to find the music in Stockhausen. And in many ways, a lot of them found it easier than big 19th century melodrama, which was further away from them.
Well, exactly, because Stockhausen, in fact, does have a direct sort of descendants family tree that leads to a lot of electro music, techno music, music that a lot of people listen to today. So in that sense, yes, I think Stockhausen is closer, but also in his determination to show a world that is diverse and rich, which is why Birmingham was such a brilliant place to do Mittwoch als Licht, and why everything from the street food outside the venues to the diversity of the cast inside the venues to the DJ, and you're right, to the helicopter pilots as well, but to the extraordinary talent that said, hello, we're Birmingham and we're proud. It was a fantastic commitment by everyone in Birmingham to ambition and to international ambition, artistic ambition of the highest order, which now looking back on it, was a golden time.
Yeah, no, a golden opportunity that we were able to do it was fantastic, and to celebrate it, because it was a kind of festival, wasn't it? It was no.
It absolutely was, because as you say, we had predominantly, of course, local people, but also people who came from all over the world, literally all over the world, Stockhausen people, because
we did.
You are in the history book, this is in
from
the Stockhausen.
Tokyo, as well as from Germany, of course. Yeah.
And that was
We
great.
were there with people from Ladywood, and they were there with people from all 10 districts of Birmingham, represented in the middle as well.
Yeah. And on the stage.
And
on the stage and in the audience. How fantastic. So as you know, we're doing here the first digital festival for the Théâtre du Châtelet, because of course the theatre is closed. But we're doing a festival of 10 days, 100 events. I think there are 50 commissions, and then some spectacular and generous friends invited shows like yours, which is just the most brilliant thing. And I just needed to say, it is a joy to be able to offer to France the world premiere of Mittwoch aus Licht, and a joy just to have the chance just to relive the times of 2012. But also it's so generous in this time of emergency that artists and partners will give work to each other and to each other's audiences. And that's just something I need to say. It's very typical of you and of the quality of the company, all the values of the company, but it's a fantastic quality. They're fantastic values. Huge thanks to you.
Oh, thank you, Ruth. But I think thank you, because you asked us to do it. And we wanted to offer it back in that spirit, but also because we're very proud of what we do and the steps that we've made. And it's a unique way of working we have, I think. And it's, yeah, where we want people to see what we're doing.
I'm so glad. I want people to see what you're doing as well.
What an incredibly charming interview there between Ruth and Graham. As Ruth already mentioned as well, we're going to hand straight over to BBC Radio 1 and Asian Network DJ, Ni Hao.
Hello. Hello, friends and fans of Stockhausen. Now, we are not going to be po-faced and overly serious. We're going to have a good time, aren't we? Exactly. He knew how to have a good time. Now, this part of Mittwoch aus Licht is called Helicopter String Quartet. Stockhausen was not trying to confuse anyone when he called it that. I am the moderator, or a moderator, which is a role that Stockhausen envisaged for himself. If there was ever to be an occasion where he couldn't do it, he was adamant that it had to be someone from Essex who did it instead, preferably with Sri Lankan parents. Very specific on that. He got his wish. Now, Helicopter String Quartet, helicopters, and the Elysian Quartet, everybody. Laura, cellist. Yeah. Vincent, viola, or Vinny Viola, I like to call you. Your mafia name. Jenny, violin. Emma, violin. This is the Elysian Quartet, who are going to do something quite amazing for you. Quite scary for you. How many of you would love to go up into a helicopter and play a string instrument? Do you know what? Last night, loads more people. So I'm going to ask you that question again. How many of you would love to get into a helicopter and play a musical instrument? I'm talking about. Before it was just him over there. Me! Sorry, sir, it's just not going to happen. It's not going to happen for health and safety reasons. So, now, let's these 4 amazing individuals go off with Tom, the cameraman, to the launch site. Ladies and gentlemen, the Elysian Quartet. How many of you love reality TV? Because you're about to be introduced to Stockhausen's version of reality TV.
Oh, do you want to be further back?
Now, however much I would love to describe to you what 4 people in a minibus are doing, ultimately, it's just 4 people in a minibus. And that's not particularly interesting in of itself. So what I will tell you a little bit about, as the moderator, is what Helicopter String Quartet was meant to be and the genesis of it. It goes back to 1991, when people at the Salzburger Festspiele asked Karlheinz Stockhausen to compose some music for a string quartet. Now, how many of you know a lot about Stockhausen? Okay. Does he strike you as the kind of guy that wanted to do a piece of music for a string quartet on his own? No. That's so boring. That's like Heart FM, right? Not listening to that all day long, right? Who would want to do that? So, he kind of said no. And then he had a dream. And in that dream, he saw 4 string players in helicopters playing. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to write a piece of music for that just then. So, when he did find time in 92 and 93, he sat down and composed the Helicopter String Quartet. He then delivered it in 1994 to the Salzburger Festspiele. How's my pronunciation, by the way? Pretty good? Yeah? Dankeschön, Dankeschön. And they said yes, they were totally up for it. And then, who is the villain of this piece, ladies and gentlemen? It is, of course, the Austrian Green Party are the villain of this piece. Because they were the ones who said that 4 helicopters going in Austrian airspace would pollute the air. Luckily, of course, the Dutch, who are used to copious amounts of marijuana smoke in their atmosphere, said yes. And in 1995, if you're Dutch, I do apologize for that horrendous stereotype about your nation, even if it is true. The Dutch said yes. And in 1995 was the premiere of the Helicopter String Quartet. Now, what you're about to see, for those of you who've never seen it, was a little bit like watching the men's singles Wimbledon final going on those 2 screens and the women's going on those 2 screens simultaneously. So I do hope that you haven't got any neck issues, because you are going to spend the next 25 minutes or so going, what? Serena? Federer? What? When they go up into the air, they will start to play, obviously. The first part of it, the ascent, will be improvised. Then it will kick in. One thing that's interesting, and one thing that Laura, the cellist, wanted me to tell you, was that it may seem as though they're just trying to replicate what the helicopter blades are doing. It's important to listen to the different sounds that they are shooting to each other. In many ways, you could think of it like a sprint relay of sound, with them throwing sounds to each other in a relay. Think of Usain Bolt in a helicopter, running between them, giving a sound to each one of them. And that's what you're going to hear. This is an amazing thing, and I'm so glad all of you are here. So I think, as they're about to ascend, let's make a lot of noise for Karlheinz Stockhausen. Wow. Amazing. So, an amazing experience, especially for them. I'm sure you noticed at one point, maybe you didn't, just how terrified Jenny looked at some of the acrobatics that her pilot, Will, was doing. Another thing that Karlheinz Stockhausen wanted to happen was that I, as the moderator, interview them afterwards and interview the pilots. Also, importantly, it's worth finding out what these guys thought of it now.
There's like fireworks going off to the left.
So it wasn't rockets.
Missiles, yeah. Maybe somebody tried to... You sure they weren't trying to shoot us down? Possibly. I don't know.
That was amazing. And also because it's daytime, you think, why is someone
That's
setting
why
off fireworks?
it seems odd, doesn't it?
But maybe they were doing it.
I just looked out and I saw all of you guys in a line.
They've never done that before.
It was brilliant.
The gig. I could just see you and I was like, oh my god, you're so close. Why are you there? Why are you there? I don't know why they did so. You obviously just decided to do it.
Well, you do because so hopefully we'll find
Everyone
out.
could see in the windows.
Through
That's
my
what-
window was just fireworks, but
I was like, woohoo! I can see everyone.
Fireworks. All I saw was a bird that went past.
Yeah, that's quite scary. That happened to me on the first flight.
I thought my music was going to fall off
Oh,
because it was going.
It was much more. I had lots more rotor. I could hear lots more
Yeah,
rotor
me
stuff.
too.
I think they went down really quick at the end. It made the blades go like it's really. Woo!
Well,
I was quite into that, but I couldn't concentrate too much. So I kept looking out the window going, "Woo!" I can see the others.
you didn't wave, did you?
No, I
Good.
wanted to. Hi! Amazing. That was the best one.
What's the best?
It's a shame that it was so cloudy. That's the only thing.
Yeah.
It's really good when the sun comes over. So
It's good for not having sun in your eye.
As you can see, Ali is driving like Lewis Hamilton to get him back here on time, while not breaking any speed limits, it has to be said.
I think the microphone sits down.
Right.
I decided to take quite a lot of photos this time, and I was just like flying the helicopter.
He turns around and takes
Because
pictures.
like this. And it was
Oh my
like
god.
a really difficult bit.
Can we just stop in here for a pint?
What was that? What was that?
Pub here. Can we just stop at the pub for a pint before we go in?
They
to
won't
settle
mind. I know they won't mind.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Elysian Quartet! Emma, Jenny, Vincent, and Laura! Now, do you guys reckon that was the best one yet?
It was a goodie. It was different.
Define different.
Well, we could, for the first time, we could see each other's helicopters out of the window. So we kind of were playing along and we were like, oh, hello. Fun to see you here.
Over there! Ah! Why are they there? They shouldn't be there.
You did look absolutely freaked out at one point.
They were so close. I mean, I could see Vince. We've never done that. We've done that in test flights, but we've never done it in a performance flight.
So Stockhausen saw the helicopters very much as instruments as well. The guys, Nigel, who we'll meet in a little while, how much was he playing his instrument like a virtuoso nut job?
Yeah, this is the third time we've done it? No, how many times have we done it? Three times. Yeah, he really was going for it today for me. I think I've got a feeling they're going to do more as it goes. You know, the next one's going to be more, and then the last one they're going to do loop-the-loop or something. I don't know. I've got a really bad feeling. At one point he just sort of dropped and then just looked round at me and smiled. And it was actually like the hardest bit for me as well of the piece. I was like, you bastard.
Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that the pilots are almost here, so make sure you give them a round of applause when they do come in. I was just told that they were very, very close. Okay. Emma, at the risk of sounding like an insecure lover, how was that for you?
I absolutely loved that. That was my favourite one. And it's Alistair's last flight. He's not doing the ones for the next two, and he really...
Here they are! Alistair Badman, Nigel Burton, Will Samuelson and Miles Fletcher. Ladies and gentlemen, the pilots! Nigel, if I could start with you, just because Vincent is convinced you're getting madder and madder as this goes along, and he's...
How would anybody know?
He's convinced you might try a loop-the-loop tomorrow.
There's always time. I go where these boys follow. Sorry? I follow these boys wherever they go.
Oh, so it's you, Miles, is it? Are you leading the charge of the Crazy Brigade?
Am I? I'll tell you what I did get. I got a text, if that's any good for you. I got a text from my dad that said, "Well done to Laura for putting up with your humour and flying, Dad." And that was it. I think that probably...
Do you check your texts while you're flying a helicopter?
Well, what can you do? I'll tell you what, there's crazier things going on in the back than reading that.
Nigel, you did some kind of manoeuvre and then looked back apparently mischievously at Vincent. What did you do?
Well, we decided we'd do a bit of formation flying, and we were doing a little bit of up and downing, and it's pretty good policy to make sure the passenger's still with you.
You are a genius. What a dude. Alistair Badman. Leaving here to go off on tour with the Backstreet Boys with these boy band looks. Alistair, now this is a room full of Stockhausen fans, so choose your words carefully. What do you think of Stockhausen's music?
I've been racking my brains, but I still think it's bonkers.
Okay, and today's flight, you seem to be pushing it. This is your last one, isn't it? With everyone? Yes. Oh, mate. Pushing it more and more every time?
Yeah, I think we're getting sort of more used to being up there in the four. It's not often you get to fly four machines in such close proximity. So yeah, we're getting more and more used to it and more and more comfortable with it. So yeah, it was good fun today.
And Will, have you been preparing for this by watching Apocalypse Now?
No, well, I think that's a great film actually. So it's a great helicoptering movie, but I think this is actually better.
Because when you were in formation, there you go. Better than Ride of the Valkyries any day. You really did freak Jenny out at one point. Were you aware, did you not turn around to check and see, like Nigel, the concerned one, whether your passenger was still in the helicopter?
Well, no, I didn't, I'm afraid. But I said all week, Jenny's been so brilliant. I mean, she was terribly nervous when we first started flying. She's really settled in. She's been totally professional. She plays beautifully. As I said the other night, she plays so much better than I can fly. And she's a real star, and she's got the biggest smile. And every time I see that big smile, I know all is well.
Oh, isn't that cool? not wishing to take a little bit of gloss off this loving, but your way of dealing with someone who's really nervous is to progressively scare them more.
Yeah, I think we've been building it up each day, and we've just gone that little bit more. And but she's great. She's really enjoying it, I think.
Perfect. Okay, now it's your turn to ask questions of the Elysian Quartet and the pilots. So we have two amazing gentlemen. Hello, sir. Hello, sir. All you need to do is put your hand up. The microphone will come to you. All I ask is that when you ask your question, stand up and tell us all what your name is. Cool? Right. Who wants to ask a question? Oh, wow. Okay, right. Of course it would be right in the middle. It's what Stockhausen would have wanted, the most complicated way of doing it. Right, gentleman in the yellow T-shirt first, because he's representing, he's on message. Right.
Good evening, my name's Jeremy Marchand. I wanted to ask the players, what can you actually hear in your headphones? Is it just a click track? Can you hear each other?
We can only hear a click track, and also there's a voice which is telling us what bar we're on and which beat we're on, because some of the bars are very, very long, but we can't hear each other at all. Oh, and
So I'll use a bat next time.
And we can also hear our instrument, because in the helicopter we have the in-ears right in our ears to hear the click, and then we have the helicopter head, as you would have seen, the headphones to cut out the noise because it's so loud. So we have to have ourselves in there, but we can't hear each other, no.
Survived a helicopter, gets bashed in the face by a silly bloke with a microphone. Right. Second question, please, sir.
Hi, Stephen Bellinfanti. Right, first question is, I've got a two-part question here, sorry. First question is, quartet, did you rehearse without the helicopters much? Yeah, all right, yes, but I'm more interested to see, sorry, quartet, but I'm more interested, the second part is, did the pilots rehearse without the string quartets?
We did rehearse, but on an individual basis at different times. I guess it worked.
The best type of rehearsal.
We did a lot of rehearsal before we got in the helicopters, because it's very complex music, and we started off rehearsing as well as our own individual practice. We rehearsed together in Jenny's living room quite a lot, and just to get the sound of the music in our ears and really understand what it was about. And then the next stage was that we went through it literally bar by bar with Kathinka, our musical director, making sure that every accent was exactly right. And so, yes, that was in a lot of detail. And then we rehearsed in separate rooms, recording ourselves and coming out after each section to check that it was right, because we knew eventually we wouldn't be able to hear each other at all. So it was a process. And then suddenly we were in helicopters and it all went to pot.
Okay, we have, wow, lots and lots of questions. We'll go to this gentleman first and then this young man here, okay? So you next, sir.
Joe is the name. Somebody yesterday mentioned tunes. One of the violinists, I think. So, I'm not clear, what are they? Should we hear them, try to follow them? Stuff like that. How do they link to the rest of the opera? The tunes, please.
Oh, the tunes. Jenny, you want to do that?
Don't trust you with this anymore. I don't want to be punched in the face. I think it might have been me, but I'm not sure. Well, I was trying to explain to somebody that rather than listen to an individual player playing a tune, when you look at the score, the tunes are broken up between the four players. So you're actually only playing one or two notes of the tune at any one time, which is why we have to rehearse as a quartet, even though actually we don't hear each other once we're in the helicopters, because we have to know where the tune's going next and who's got the next note of the tune. It's a bit like when you do those games where you pass around, you say one word and then the next person says a word and you tell a story. So the tunes are supposed to be there. You are supposed to be able to hear them. But to be honest, it's really difficult, even if you're a musician. I think if you know the tunes, then you can hear them, you can look out for them. It takes a couple of listenings, I think. or, you know, maybe we're not doing it quite right. But you should be able to hear some of the tunes anyway. And they are in the rest of the opera. And you will also hear some of the helicopter noise in the rest of the opera as well.
Yeah, ABBA it ain't. Right.
Hello, my name's Wilfie. My question is, do the vibrations in the helicopter change the sound of the violins and the stringing?
Very good question.
I think that might be a question for Ian, who's our amazing sound guy. But what I was going to say is that we've got special microphones on our instruments that they're doing their best not to pick up the sound of the helicopter, but they do change the sound of the instrument because they're dampening the wood, so you don't get the same resonance. But I don't know, Ian is nodding furiously. He's saying that it does pick up some of the helicopter. I think you get like a low hum, probably. He's doing that. But there's a special microphone that's just for the helicopter that's doing most of that, but it's a good question.
Do you know what? I think we should have a round of applause for Ian, who mixed that live. All those microphones that were coming in. Stand up, Ian! Stand up! Questions. Hands up, please. Wow, lots and lots and lots of questions. Let's go to this gentleman here, and then we'll go over there, and then we'll come to you, sir. Okay.
Are any of the musicians now going to learn to fly a helicopter, and are any of the pilots going to learn to play a violin now?
I would love to learn to fly a helicopter now, but I know how many hours it takes. But I can reveal exclusively that we made a film earlier of the pilots doing their best to play the Stockhausen helicopter string quartet. And we're going to, hopefully that'll be available to view on the Elysian Quartet Facebook page soon.
Not if Miles's lawyers have anything to do with it. I don't think. Remember as well, of course, that you can watch the Helicopter String Quartet until the end of October on the space.org, which is Arts Council England's site, and you should go and check it out. Yesterday, it was streamed live, and it's the most, it's the most amount of people online watching it that the Space has ever had. So the space.org is where you need to go. Right, we had question over here, and then we were going to go to a gentleman in the middle here.
My name's Paul. Technology moves on. The helicopter won't be around forever. There's already some ideas as to how it's going to be replaced. Have you thought about the fact that this might be the last time that it's ever performed? And how does that make you feel?
So Nigel, what's your retirement plan then, essentially, is what that gentleman is saying. Were you aware that the helicopter's days are numbered?
Well, I've got till the end of the week, haven't I? I think... I'm going to hold that. I'm not concerned that there won't be helicopters about as long as I'm about, or these young boys. Technology does move on. And there are innovations in aviation, as there are in a lot of things. But I think there's a long time to go with the helicopters. So next year we'll be back.
There was actually, someone said on Twitter, I wonder if in 200 years' time somebody will perform this with period instruments and period helicopters. I thought that was really cool.
Okay, unfortunately now we have to lose the pilots. Alistair, this is your last one, so what a dude. Thank you very much, Alistair. But the pilots now have to leave, unfortunately. Yes. Okay, there was a question over here with this gentleman here.
My name's George Platts from Bristol, and I actually have a very specific question about the sound system in here today to Ian. And I believe it's an octaphonic sound system, Ian, and I'm particularly interested in the sound of the rotor blades, and I wonder if in the score and if you're the way you've mixed it for us, you actually had the sound rising up of the helicopters and of the rotor blades going around in a quadraphonic, octaphonic pattern.
This is a first, Ian.
Well, yeah, you're right. It is octaphonic. There's a ring of 4 speakers on the ground floor, and there's a ring above the screens. I'm mixing in quadraphonic into both systems at each place, but I have the ability to put a sound, either the rotor blades or the voice or the instruments, somewhere in between or all over that array. So you may or may not have been aware that the helicopter sounds were in both, the string sounds were in both, but the voices were just in the upper array, so they felt higher. Any spinning you heard is not of the rotor blades of any one helicopter spinning around. It's the sound of that helicopter associated with that particular player in that particular location with that camera. So what I do and what Stockhausen did was to play with the different sounds of the rotor blades, and by varying the loudness of one against another, you may or may not get the feeling of things shifting across a bigger space. So there was no spinning, except for the spinning I did trying to wrangle my fingers around on the mixing desk. But that's how it worked.
Okay, brilliant. I think we have now, unfortunately, run out of time. So Laura, Vincent, Jenny, Emma, the Elysian Quartet, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, DJ Nihal there. And that was the Helicopter String Quartet. I think this is a great opportunity now also just to mention that all of the contracted artists and production teams who took part in Mittwoch aus Licht were almost all freelancers. So none of them received any extra payment for this stream. If you are able to, please, we ask you to consider donating to one of these external and trusted funds. The artists can access the funds and none of it will be received by Birmingham Opera Company. The links are on the Birmingham Opera Company website, which is birminghamopera.org. birminghamopera.co.uk. And we thank you for your contributions. I'd like to go back over to Graham. You've got the opportunity to throw a question to him that has come from one of the people who are taking advantage of this stream tonight. A lady by the name of Pat, who says, I'd be interested in how the score is presented and how much of it you needed to interpret, or what your approach on it was. And I have here with me, I don't know if you'll be able to see it clearly, what a section of the score for the Helicopter Quartet actually looked like. Graham, if you could, yeah, that's right. If you could shed some light on this, that would be great, please.
The scores of each piece are different. They're phenomenally detailed. I've got a page here, let me show you. Enormously detailed. There's a page there, for instance. Not happening. Good. Yeah,
that's right. Yeah. Got that. Yeah. Gosh.
And there's a lot of musical information, a lot of physical information, and he puts with the scores essays. I mean, lots of writing instructions of exactly what he wants. In the World Parliament, for instance, you'd have seen moments, hand gestures. They're all written in the score. They simply have to happen. In the next piece, Michelon, every single chorus member, each entrance and exit, and they do it all the time, is carefully written in. So they can't hang around. They have to go out, come in, come. It's very, very specific and detailed. And actually, the biggest nightmare I remember, which is this, there are 6 handheld microphones, which have to be shared by 20 people. So you're trying to do a coherent theatrical event whilst making sure that microphone 2 is close enough to the person who next needs it. So there's a real dance of microphones and people around a dancing camel. In order to, and everything is written down. What number microphone, which member of the chorus has at any given moment for which phrase. So there's a lot of deciphering. But I mean, at the end of the day, conventionally written music is a code. It's a code that implies what is wanted, and then we decipher the code and bring it to life. It's a more elaborate, more detailed code than, let's say, than the one I'm used to, though I do a lot of contemporary pieces. And so it takes more time and more studying, quite honestly, more analysis and just actually it takes an awful lot of care. You just have to take care that you're not missing any of the details, because only when everything falls into place does it have the marvelous coherence and communicative force that it has.
That's brilliant, and I can imagine that everything has its own significance and is there on purpose, and you did a fantastic job of bringing that to life. You did mention, though, however, that we're about to step into the world of Michelon. Now, for those of you who will not be aware of what that is, or can you shed some light on what we're about to enter into, the next part of this world, if you will?
Yes. The Michelon is a galactic center for the delegates of the universe. Yeah, it's named after Archangel Michael. And one of the delegates who turns up is a camel, Lucy Camel, who, after shitting 7 planets, transitions into Luca. And Luca attempts to decode the secret messages that are being fed by the universe. The singers are then sent out into the world, leaving Luca alone, vocalizing the shortwave sounds he just receives on his radio. That's pretty much Michelon.
I've been privy to see it, and I can let everybody know that those who haven't seen it, they're about to enter into something that is absolutely phenomenal. And if you want to know more and read more, don't forget you can download the program from the link that's in the chat. And there's a load of detail there in the program about all of the sections, but specifically about Michelon. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please, I invite you to enjoy this next act, which is Michelon.
All proposals are automatically recorded.
Leuten 726, aha, Leuten, welchen Luzikame, Luzix, Tix, Kix,
Cell Andromeda M31 Michelions. Ich will euch Schwellenreich. Hier nimm Geist von Kamael, Engel der 7 Planeten. 7 Feldkugeln hinterlassen. 7 Feldkugeln wie das Licht Michaels. Für die 7 Tage der Woche betonen. Sirius heißt die Köpfe gegen Luzikanel, Luziposaune, Sirius Philister, Sirius ist ein Sagen, Luzikanel, Posaunus, Vedai cacofonitani versamael, Satan vegen schneiten, nafs atatel, mastimabili duma, stirsamel, catrel, asmodeus, Mephistopheles popis lastidic, old black Nick, rest, of this 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, c'est bon! C'est bon!
Hat ein Problem. Telekinesis funktioniert nicht. Stündlich eine Supernova. Wo soll das denn noch hin? Hat zu wenig. Wasser. Incanes venatici. Great Morgen Greetings from Germany, sta alena. Knock on the neck of the camel. Castor Polks alena fleck in Camels nacken.
Bonjour.
Senator Fragen, wie weit Kurzwellen übertragen. Ob auch Gottes Nachricht an.
Bonjour. Einzelfässer. Bonjour. Aber so dunkel.
Was Rat für die Kinder?
Bonjour.
Blutstiefers Wellen ist vielleicht das alles. Alles Quatsch, ja Quatsch. Ich bin nur ein dummes Stück. Von Blödchen kämen die Zweifel. Ja.
Deutsche. Słuchajcie, to wiecie stąd. Michel Jewa. Ist so leid. Luzifer wird durch Lichtmusik umstimmt.
And as we see there, Luca transcends. And as we transcend out of Michelon, you are now entered into the sounds from under the orchestra finalists that bring us back to the earth. And the audience leaves, taking the hope of a first world parliament with them out into the world. This is Wednesday Farewell. So there, Mittwoch aus Licht, we've been thrust into Wednesday greetings, we've immersed ourselves in World Parliament, orchestra finalists, helicopter quartet, Michelon, and now the farewell. It's been a phenomenal evening of, frankly, just a full-on new musical experience. And I'd like to bring Graham back. Let me just read this tweet out. Michael Shell says, "That's a wrap. So nice to see this again. KS died in 2007, and due to the personal and biographical baggage, his legacy may take another 1 to 2 generations to fully assess. Productions like this, reimagined by true theatre, cinema visual artists, will be essential. Hashtag Mittwoch and Birmingham Opera." I think that is very, very fitting. Graham, what a night. What an evening. What an evening. I hope you've enjoyed yourself as much as I have watching that again.
Yeah, it's given me a lot of pleasure. And I'm sure Michael Stilner is right that these sounds, this music, this way of making theatre, music theatre, will only grow and find more and more, a bigger and bigger audience. And we should mention, shouldn't we, that the Helicopter Quartet is the first Zoom quartet, really. No, with the instrumentalists in separate spaces, making music together, sharing a screen in one space. It's something we're going to see a lot more of.
I totally agree. And actually, you read my mind there, because one of the first things I wanted to do is refer back to the Helicopter Quartet and just ask you, amidst this series of acts, how does the Helicopter Quartet, what's the context of it in and around the entirety of the piece?
Well, flying is obviously central to the piece. The air, flying is orchestra finalists, and in the Helicopter Quartet, as is tuning in, listening, hearing the music in everything. That everything is music if you find a way of listening, tuning into the music in it. So I think that that's what joins it where it sits in the piece. And I think it's very important operatically, if you like, strange word to use, but the quartet isn't just from when the helicopters take off to when they land, that piece of clear music. The Helicopter Quartet is the entire piece of theatre from the moment the moderator begins speaking. The introduction, the way the instrumentalists and the pilots talk before, and the way they talk above all about their experience, is part of the Helicopter Quartet. That's the work of art that he created, and its originality, its boldness, I think, and to be judged in that way.
Absolutely. And to be honest with you, again, even now as we are conversating, we can see that even this still, the artists, London Voices, ex-Cathedra, Birmingham Opera Company, Orchestra, volunteers, the Michelon soloists, everybody that took part, this is actually still part of the installation, them just having conversations with people afterwards and sharing their experiences. So one of the things that I wanted to ask you is, how did working on a piece like this open your ears to new sounds?
Yes. Yes, it did open my ears up to new sounds. Being immersed in this stuff for 8 full weeks, 10 hours a day, it possesses you. You do disappear into it, and it's thrilling hearing those sounds come back, go through me, take me to the places that I've found for myself. I mean, it's such personal writing that everybody will hear it in their own way. It will be their personal experience and score. So it's part of its beauty, I think, is it's something you live with and through.
Absolutely. And of course then there's the conversation, as you mentioned there, that everything everywhere is music. There's a conversation then that says that this was the birthplace of sampling, the Brian Eno's and Kraftwerk, through which we hear a lot of this stuff sort of come back to life, if you will, all stemming from Stockhausen. Would you agree?
Well, he certainly laid down the foundations of all of that sound world. He was there first and influenced all of those people. He did for a while have a kind of, what that be the nearest equivalent at the moment is that Philip Glass audience. There was a very big Stockhausen audience for a while, and will be again, I'm sure. It's very difficult. It's always a very hard moment for composers 10 years or so after they die. But this man's genius will unquestionably fly by. It'll go on forever.
Well, let's be honest, you've actually aided in making sure that legacy continues. So once again, it's been an absolute pleasure, my personal pleasure indeed, to spend the evening with you, Graham, again. And from my perspective...
Thank you, Reese.
Oh, you're more than welcome. You're more than welcome. Really is a pleasure. And from my perspective, I just want to say good night and God bless to everybody who has stuck around and those who visited. It's been fantastic sharing this time with you. Take care and God bless. Bye-bye.